All right, we're going to kick this second day off with Q31. On the red team, we have 24049B OPMS Shockwave, 90235A Atomic. And on the blue team, we have 70699C Wolverine Robotics and 96607A Perry the Platybi. All right, both teams are ready. We're going to start the autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. Good start to the autonomous period. We had red picking up 2 blocks and going for the, I guess they stopped. Then red over here, blue is going to score the bottom goal. The other blue robot over there going to the loader, trying to get some blocks out of the loader.
You almost crossed, red, but that's autonomous tie.
That's an auton tie. We're going to start the match in 3, 2, 1. And immediately, blue goes for the blocks that they miss, and they go to try and score bottom goal. And red immediately going for that long goal, scoring 3. The red robot is going for that bottom goal too. Red immediately wings. Blue scoring 2. Red D scoring. Blue over here getting the other long goal, while red is also defending their goal. Blue trying to get that match loader. Red sitting there waiting for blue to score. Blue over here picking up more blocks. Red trying to wing their blocks into the control zone, and they get it. Blue coming to score more. Blue getting stuck over here. Their teammate pushing them off, while red is over here trying to score another one in the long goal, which they're trying to get. Blue getting some from the loader. Red gets the one in the long goal, while blue goes over there to the other long goal to try and score. Red getting played some heavy defense on here. Their teammate is stuck in the corner, while blue is over there de-scoring the red blocks and getting the blue blocks into the control zone. This is some very hard defense, and red seems to get stuck for a second and almost tips over. Red goes to play defense on the Atomic over there. Blue and red are now stuck together. Blue trying to score the bottom goal. Red trying to de-score to get the control zone. Blue seems to be not moving. The other blue bot is getting the middle goal. And both teams are going for parts now at the last 4 seconds of the match. Blue trying to get that middle goal to get it. All right, for match 32 on the red team, we have 19140A Rebels Gone Rogue and 33848A the Tribot. And on the blue team, we have 96607B the Doodlebots and 33848Z Sam's Club.
Blue, are you ready?
All right, both teams are ready. We're going to start the autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. Immediately we see movement from both sides, but only 2 robots. Red going for that long goal. They try and score, but they miss the long goal. Blue going for that other long goal, and they get 1 in, maybe 2, and they get it. There's going to be a blue autonomous win. Now we're going to go into the match period in 3, 2, 1. So immediately we see red flick off the long goal, going to score in the other long goal, while they get played heavy defense from blue. Red over there trying to score. Red getting 1 block in. Blue trying to score, but they miss both of them. Red using their wing to try and de-score, but they accidentally de-score their own and push the blue blocks into the control zone, while their teammate has 1 in the goal. Blue going for the D-score over here, while red is trying to hold the block in. Red getting over here with some more blocks, trying to score while they're getting, but blue is playing some heavy defense. They're really good at that. Blue over here trying to D-score the red block, but the clawbot is playing some defense. They're actually clamped onto their wing. Red over here trying to escape blue, and the clawbot has flipped. Red trying to score, but blue is pushing them off the goal. This is some interesting long goal play. Red going to the other side. They score 1, while blue comes back to play defense. Their teammate trying to grab a block to score. Red going for the D-score, but they miss. And then blue comes back. Blue going to D-score. Red going for the D-score, and they do get it, knocking the blue blocks out. Red trying to score more in the long goals. Red now has control of the long goal. Park zones are now protected in the last 20 seconds of the match. Red going for the middle goal, and they get 1 but 2. That is, they now have control. They go for a park at the end. Blue going for the last second D-score. All right, we're on the Phillips 66 field with qualification 33. On the Red Alliance, we have 33705B, 5-star Keepy Uppy, and 19140C, the Coding Kings. On the Blue Alliance, we have 70663X, Short Circuit, and 70663Z, the Crash Out Crew. Both teams are ready. We're going to start the autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. We got movement from both sides. We got red trying to score the bottom goal, blue seemingly trying to score the bottom goal, but they accidentally shoot the blocks out to the other side. Odds on tie. We're going to start the match in 3, 2, 1. Immediately, blue is going for the bottom low goal, but red is immediately trying to play defense on them. We got the blue robot trying to score, but red is also playing more defense. Blue gets the bottom 2, and they get control of the bottom goal, while red is going. It seems they can't move forward anymore. red is driving around trying to get blocks so they can trying to play defense on the blue robot. Blue's rubber band breaks. We got 1 minute left in the match here. While red is trying to play defense on blue, blue is going for that bottom middle goal once again, and they get one in. Red is still trying to score that block in the bottom goal, while blue seems to be trying to play defense on red. .40 seconds left in the match. Blue is trying to score another one in that bottom goal, while red is still struggling to score. Seems red is trying to get in the park zone over here. Blue trying to score another one in that middle goal, but red is seemingly defending them very hard. 15 seconds left in the match. Blue gets another one in that bottom goal, but they de-score their own. They get another one in.
All right, I'm going to be filling in for a little bit while our MC is out. The results of the last match, Q33, is a score of 5-26 for our, was it Blue Alliance? Blue Alliance, yes. All right. Now we can move on to match 34. For our Red Alliance, we have team 70699B, Wolverine Robotics. Along with them is team 70663A, Farkle Sharkles. For our Blue Alliance, we have team 96607C, Krusty Krab. Along with them is team 33848D, Three Musketeers.
Blue, are you ready?
Both alliances are ready, so we can begin in 3, 2, 1. All 4 bots, red going for those corner blocks, trying to score in the bottom middle, but just barely misses. Blue's trying to score in the bottom middle as well, but isn't aligned very well. Red's going for that long goal now, but doesn't seem to be able to get aligned. They accidentally run into it, throwing off their autonomous. No blocks going for either side there. It's going to get an autonomous tie. With that, we can begin. 3, 2, 1. Red immediately going for that bottom middle over there. Blue's trying to score in the bottom middle, they get a block in and they get control zone right in the middle, securing that control zone. Red's trying to go around and get some blocks going for that long goal over there. Blue's also trying to gather some blocks. Blue's going for top middle, shoots it over and back in, giving them both control zones in the middle, top and bottom. Red's trying to attempt to de-score but doesn't get it off. Blue's trying to go for long goal now, slowly pushing that block up, but he's having a little bit of trouble aligning it. Blue's now going to score that block into the long goal. Slowly they get it out. Red takes control zone in the bottom middle. They negate it, adding a block to their own, but blue scores a block in the long goal and trying to wing it in. They get a control zone in the long goal, but red takes control zone in the bottom middle. That's 2 control zones for blue and 1 for red. Red is trying to score into the long goal now, and they're going to use their wing to try to push those blocks in. It's a battle for the long goal control zone here. Blue does have top middle and is trying to maintain that long goal, but red is trying to push their blocks in and get control zone, but having a little bit of issues aligning. Red trying to take over bottom middle even further now. Red pushes it in, but I don't believe that's going to be enough to get control. That's still blue controls on the long goal. They're going to need a little bit more before they get it, and that's a red control zone for long goal and for bottom middle. The top blue block is descored, so blue no longer has that top middle control zone. In the last few seconds, it's been turned towards red. Red currently has the lead, and blue is trying to secure that with another long goal control zone. But I don't know if they're going to be able to get in the last few seconds. We have the results for qualification match number 34. It's going to end in a score of 44-25 for our Red Alliance. All right, we're up for qualification match number 35. We have our Red Alliance, which is team 90235B, Belouie. Along with them is team 70699C, Wolverine Robotics. For our Blue Alliance, we have team 24049A, OPMS Transformers. Along with them is team 70634C, Techno Vipers.
Who are you ready? Red, are you ready?
Both alliances are ready, so we can begin in 3, 2, 1. Immediate movement from red going for those corner blocks and positioning towards that bottom middle. Blue, is on the other hand, is going for that long goal, trying to score to in, but it doesn't look like their intake's going to be able to work. Red goes for bottom middle, but just misaligns and is not getting any of their blocks in. Looks like there's going to be no blocks scored for the autonomous period. That's going to end in an autonomous tie. And now we can begin driver. In 3, 2, 1. Blue going for the score into the long goal, getting a block in. Blue is also trying to play some defense against red, making sure they can't score anything. Red is trying to go for that long goal, but a push from blue is pushing them out of the way. Blue's going for top middle control, trying to get it in, but they barely miss. Red D-scores that blue block. It's going to be no point scored for either side now. Red's now trying to go for that bottom middle, but blue is body blocking, keeping them out of the way. Red's going for long goal, trying to score it in. They get one in. That's a red score for the long goal. Blue's pushing them out of the way, but they've already got a block scored. All they need to do is maintain this lead. Blue's trying to go for top middle control zone, though. They try to score it in. They get it in. That's top middle control zone for blue. Blue is now in the lead by a few points with a control zone on their side. Red's trying to use their wing to sweep in the block, and they get it in. That's a red control zone. That's a control zone for either side, although the long goal is worth a little bit more, so red is currently in the lead at the moment. Blue's trying to score in the long goal, but misses. Red's trying to go for bottom middle now, trying to get that control zone. They get a control zone in the bottom middle, but they are pushed out of the way and accidentally intake the block. Some defense from blue is keeping them out of that bottom middle control zone. Blue tries to score in the long goal, but misses again. Red keeps trying to go for that bottom middle. Their little wheel was obstructing their outtake, so they can't push a block in. They're trying to. They get it in. That's a red for the bottom middle. Red currently has 2 control zones at the moment. Blue has 2 blocks scored and only 1 control zone. It's going to be very close. Red goes for a park. Blue's trying to go for a park. This may determine the outcome of the match. If blue can get a park, That match is going to end in a 25-19 for your Red Alliance. On to match 36 now. We have our Red Alliance, which is Team 33705C, 5-Star Galaxy Gators. Along with them is Team 33848Z, Sam's Club. We have our Blue Alliance, which is Team 29244A, Big Boy Bots. Along with them is Team 3467A, Little Tigers. All right, both alliances are ready, so we can begin match 36 in 3, 2, 1. Blue immediately going for that corner blocks. They get only one, though. Now they're going for that long goal. They're trying to score one in. They align just right, but their intake isn't working. They aren't able to get it in. They get 2 blocks in, try to sweep in for control zone, but they accidentally cross to the other side.
Autonomous win is red.
Even though Blue scored more blocks, it's going to go to the Red Alliance because Blue crossed the autonomous line. Now we can begin driver. In 3, 2, 1. Blue immediately making use of their wing, trying to get control zone. They get a long goal control zone for Blue. Blue's also trying to get some into the opposite long goal, trying to take control of both control zones as quickly as possible. Red's trying to score blocks into the long goal as well, but aren't able to get that control. Blue is trying to de-score that red block, while Red's trying to go for top middle control zone, but they just can't get that block out. They get it, but it falls out right at the end. Blue takes over both long goal control zones. That's 2 for Blue at the moment. Red's trying to score in the long goal. They get 1 in the long goal, but Blue immediately de-scores those red blocks. It's only Blue on the field at the moment. Blue's making use of their match loads, putting them into loader, trying to grab as many blocks as they can to shove in that long goal. Red's trying to use their wing to de-score one of those Blue blocks, and they get it out. That's a Blue block de-scored for Red. It's still control zone, though. Blue takes over top middle control zone. That's 3 control zones for Blue. Red currently doesn't have any blocks scored. Looks like Red's trying to score in that long goal. They try to get it in. That looks like it's going to be in. They push it in to make sure it stays, but it's not enough to breach the control zone. Blue's trying to score bottom middle, take control of all 4 control zones, but some defense from Red is keeping them out of it. They're trying to Red's pushing them out of the way. Blue's going for bottom middle now. They get it, but it slides out the other side, and they don't get the control bonus. They're backing up to readjust, and they shove it in. That's 4 control zones for Blue. Only 1 red block scored. Red's trying to shove it in with their wing. Is having a little bit of issues doing so. They don't get it in enough, but they do push the Blue block out of the way. very high scoring match of 13 to 78 for your Blue Alliance.
All right, coming on to the sit-go field on the Red Alliance, we have 96607B, the Doodlebots, and 70699A, Wolverine Robotics. And on the blue side, we have 24049B, OPMS Shockwave, and 66567A, Molo Robo Warriors. All right, we got all teams at the field on the sit go.
Your preload, Blue. Preload. Preload.
All right, we have all teams at the sit go field ready to go. We're gonna start autonomous in 3, 2, 1. Immediately we see movement from both red bots and movement from the blue robot. Red goes to both long goals, gets 3, while the other robot just sits there. That'll be the end of autonomous with a red auton bonus. We're gonna go on to driver. We're gonna go into driver control in 3, 2, 1. Immediately, red scores the blocks that they're in their intake in the long goal, and while red tries to wing in that far long goal to get control zone, in which they do, blue trying to get that block in the bottom goal, and they do. Red getting these blocks from under the goal. Red trying to get the blocks out of the loader, while blue's coming to play some defense on them. Red trying to get blocks from all around the field. They're crossing the park zone, and then they're going to go and pick up some more blocks to score in the far long goal over here. Blue's still controlling that bottom center goal, while red has 7 blocks in that far long goal. Red over there trying to get blocks out of the park zone, while the other red robot here is trying to collect this block. Red gets 1 in the middle goal. Red trying to clear that park zone once again, but they do not. Blue running around with a block in the front of their intake, trying to score, while blue's over here playing defense on red, while 70699A over there is trying to get more blocks down that alley. 30 seconds left in the match. We see red has 2 control zones, and they go to score more blocks. 20 seconds left in the match. Red is trying to score another one in that long goal, while red is trying to de-score. There seems to be a USB cable in the field. Blue's going for the park at the last 10 seconds, while red is also. Red scores another one in that long goal, with blue and red both marked at the end of the match. Results are in for that last match, 13-78. All right, we're on the Venture Global field. On the Red Alliance, we have 12188A, the Robo Rogues, and 70699D, Wolverine Robotics. On the Blue Alliance, we have 33705X, 5-star Quantum Rabbit, and 70663B, the Robo Guppies.
Blue, are you ready? Ready, you ready? Yes, sir.
Both teams are ready, so we're going to start the autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. Immediately seeing some movement from blue and red. Red seems to have ran the wrong auton. Blue trying to get the loader, but they miss, but they get the long goal. They go for the wing, and they get it, ending with a control zone. It's going to be a blue autonomous win. We're going to go into driver control in 3, 2, 1. Immediately we see the red bot that moved at the honor to going for the middle goal, while red is over here playing defense on 33705X. Red trying to score blocks in that far long goal. They get 1, and they leave. Blue going to score in that long goal. They get 2. Go for the wing. They get control zone. Red has control of that bottom middle goal right now, while Blue's teammate is trying to score the top middle goal. Blue going for that loader, getting more in to the long goal, while Red seems to be trying to wing their blocks out. We've got some pinning going on over here. Red still controls that bottom middle goal. Blue over here getting more blocks from the corner, while Red is trying to score that top middle goal for the control bonus. Blue scoring 2 more in that far long goal. They're gonna grab some more blocks and play some defense on Red, as Red is trying to de-score their blocks. 30 seconds left in the match, and Blue takes control of that bottom middle goal. Red still trying to de-score the blue blocks. And they take it out. Blue getting control of that top middle goal. Blue now has all 4 control zones in this match. Blue going for the loader. Red playing some defense. Red trying to score the bottom goal, trying to tie the control zone or de-score. They tie the control zone at the last 2 seconds of the match. Blue parks, and that is the end of the match. All right, results are in from that last match. All right, now we're here on the Phillips 66 field. On the Red Alliance, we have 70663C, the Goblin Goonies, and 33848A, the Tribot. While on the Blue Alliance, we have 19140B, Techeronis, and 90235A, Atomic. Both teams are ready, so we're going to start this autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. Immediately you see movement from both sides, as always. Blue trying to score one in that long goal, but they miss. Blue going for the long goal. They seem to be going for their own alliance, for their own team. But they do not align with the long goal. And that's an Auton tie. We're going to start the driver control period in 3, 2, 1. Immediately, Blue goes for that long goal with the blocks that they had. They get 2, and they wing them into the control zone. While Red going for the 2 blocks that they also had in their intake, and they get them in. But with no wing, they can't push it into the control zone. We got some pinning over here from the blue team. Blue over here trying to de-score the red blocks, while Red is scoring another one, and they get both red blocks out. We have 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the match. Blue is going for that other long goal, and they're going to try and score one of the blocks, and they miss. While Red is over here trying to score. Blue trying to get that bottom goal, and they also miss. Red coming back to this close long goal, and they score 1 red block. Red over there trying to score one in the far long goal, and they get it. Blue also scoring one simultaneously and using their wing to push it into the control zone. Red now holds 2 control zones out of the 4, while Red is trying to push theirs into the control zone, while Blue is trying to de-score the red one with their wing.
Red, you need to get out.
Red is in the goal trying to get out. They de-score their own block. Blue in that park zone with 20 seconds left. Are now protected. Seems Blue is stuck in that red park zone. What a convenient time. Blue trying to park. Red going for the other long goal, trying to score more. It seems their intake, they get 1. Trying to get the second one. but it seems they say it was the sub, and that's the match end. All right, scores are in for that last match.
All right, here we are for qualification match number 40. We have our Red Alliance, which is team 96607A, Perry the Platabot. Along with them is team 51648A, the Muffin Men. For our Blue Alliance, we have team 22443A, Full House. Along with them is team 19140A, Rebels Gone Rogue. Both alliances are ready, so we can begin in 3, 2, 1. Moving from Blue, going for those corner blocks, trying to align for the top middle. Red trying to go for the long goal. They miss. Blue also misses for the top middle. Blue goes for the long goal. They get one in. That's 2, 3 in the long goal. Now they're going to go for a sweep in the autonomous. They get in. That's a Blue control zone immediately from the start. That's going to give the autonomous bonus to Blue. With that, we can begin driver in 3, 2, 1. Blue's already starting off heavy with a control zone in this long goal here, giving them an extra 10 points. Red's trying to make use of their match loads and their loader to score some into the long goal. Blue takes top middle control zone, giving them 2 control zones. Red's trying to go on the other side. They get a block into the long goal, and they're trying to use their wing to sweep it in, but just aren't aligning correctly. That may be due to the blue bot playing some defense, trying to push them away from that long goal, making sure they can't sweep it in. Red's trying to get control zone here. They nudge it, but it's not enough to get in. It needs one more push to get in that control zone. Blue's going, he scores 2 blocks in that long goal, and is now going to try to make use of their loader mechanism to get those blocks out of the loader, and going for a match load. Red scores a block into the closer long goal, and is now going to try to use their wing, but Blue is pushing them out of the way. The bots are both stuck together, limiting their movement. It's a stalemate. Neither bot seems to be able to make an advance here. Both have their wings out, ready to push that red block. Blue's trying to make use of their match loads in that loader, getting those blocks. There's a stalemate on this side of the field. The red block is pushed, but it's not enough. No movement in the long goal here. Blue's taking the moment to score an extra 3 blocks in that long goal. And they're not going to try to use their wing. They push it out. They try to push those blocks. Get it. Red trying to push the blocks. Now it's a battle of the wings here. Blue's making use of their loader to get some blocks in that further long goal. It's a push between the wings here. They are stuck together. They're both stuck in that long goal, trying to push those blocks. No movement has occurred, and still right at the end. Over here at qualification match number 41, we have our Red Alliance, which is team 96607C, Krusty Krab. Along with them is team 33705B, 5-star Keepy Uppy. For our Blue Alliance, we have team 3467A, Little Tigers, who currently is not in the field. Never mind, they show up as I say that. Along with him is team 70699C, Wolverine Robotics. Both alliances are ready for qualification match number 41, so we begin autonomous in 3, 2, 1. Both blue teams, blue has immediately stopped, but is now going for that long goal. They get one in, but they are stuck in a block that might throw off their autonomous. They go for the loader, but they only get one block out and aren't able to score it in. They try to go for a wing, but they're just barely misaligned. I'm not sure that's crossing. It doesn't look like it. That's not going to be a cross for blue, and it's going to give them the blue autonomous bonus. Now we can begin driver in 3, 2, 1. Blue immediately going to get their wing and go in the long goal. They get a control zone for blue. Meanwhile, Red's trying to play defense against the other blue bot going for the top middle control zone. Red tries to go for top middle, but they just barely don't make it. Blue scores another block into that long goal. It's a push between the two bots on the other side of the field. Blue's trying to make sure that Red can't score anything. Red trying to pick up a block and go for that middle goal. Blue is scoring more blocks in that long goal. Blue also takes over top middle control zone. Red tried to put some block in, but they just barely miss it. It's going to be a maintained blue control zone for the top middle and for the long goal. It looks like the red bot has disconnected. Their brain isn't on at the moment, which is there's nothing we can do about that. Red's trying to score in that long goal, trying to line themselves. But blue is on the other side, pushing blocks of their own into the long goal. They get it in, and they get control zone from what it looks like. That's 3 control zones for blue at the moment. And now they're making use of their loader on the other side. They get secure control zone on the long goal. That's 3 control zones for blue. Red currently has no block scored and is immediately going for a park with the last 30 seconds. It doesn't look like they'll be scoring much this game. It might just be a skills match. Blue accidentally scored. It doesn't matter in terms of control zone because it's not within the white lines. Blue's trying to take over bottom middle control zone, and it looks like they get it. They get 4. Blue has all 4 control zones at the moment, both middle and both long goals, and they're trying to go for a park with the assist from their alliance. They get it. That's a park for blue and a park for red, and a bunch of. Right, on to qualification match number 42. We have our Red Alliance, Team 24049A, OPMS Transformers. Along with him is Team 12188A, Robo Rogues. For our Blue Alliance, we have Team 24049B, OPMS Shockwave. Along with him is Team 70663A, Farkle Sharkles. Both alliances are ready, so we can begin in 3, 2, 1. All 4 bots, although both red bots seem to have only moved about an inch. Blue is taking this chance to go for bottom middle. They get a bottom middle control zone and a block in. Blue's trying to also go for the long goal, but they just aren't aligned. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to score any blocks. But the one in the bottom middle is going to be just enough to give them the autonomous bonus. Now we can move on to driver. In 3, 2, 1. Blue pushes more blocks into that bottom middle. Tries to get another one, and they get a second block in the bottom middle. Red's going for top middle now, trying to score all 4 of those blocks they have in there, but Blue is trying to push them out of the way. They get 1 and 2, 3, almost 4, but just barely don't make it. They do get top middle control zone, however. It's pretty much equal in terms of blocks scored, but Red does have a slightly more valuable control zone. Red's trying to go for more control zones in the bottom middle, but Blue is trying to push them out of the way. Blue's going to go for long goal, but the flat red bot is pushing them out of the way. Defense from both sides here is preventing either one from scoring, although Red is currently in the lead, so they don't need to do very much scoring. Blue changes that with 3 blocks scored in that long goal. It is now trying to use their wing to sweep it in to get that control zone. Although Red's trying to stop them from doing that by pushing them out of the way. The other red bot is going underneath the long goal, trying to push the blue bot out of the way, and they do. Blue is trying to push it in. That doesn't look like it's going to be enough, though. It's just barely not within the control zone. Blue's going to need a little bit more of a push if they want to make it in. Then Red's trying to push them out of the way, making sure they can't score. Blue seems to be a little stuck for a moment. Red's playing some excellent defense on the blue bots. Blue is trying to secure bottom middle, adding a few extra blocks. It's going to be pretty close in terms of control zones. Red scores 3 into the bottom middle. It's a contest. It's a red control zone in the bottom middle as of now, and Blue looks like they're going to have a control zone in the long goal, though. It's going to be very equal. Red is parked in. It's very close here.
All right, moving on to the sit-go field for qualification 43. On the Red Alliance, we have 70699D, Wolverine Robotics, and 33848D, the 3 Musketeers. On the Blue Alliance, we have 96607B, the Doodlebots, and 70663X, Short Circuit.
Blue, are you ready? Red, are you ready?
Both teams are ready, so we're going to start this autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. Immediately movement from all 4 robots. That's what I like to see. Red trying to score that bottom middle goal. They get 1, while blue is trying to get that long goal. They seem to be juggling the ball over there. There's going to be a red autonomous win. We're going to start this match in 3, 2, 1. Red over here. Blue scoring 1 in that far long goal immediately, the one that they missed in Auton. Red scoring 1 in this long goal. Red trying to score that middle goal. Blue getting another one up there in that long goal. Red's intake is trying to get that blows those blocks in the middle goal. Blue going to play defense on 70699D, while blue has tied the bottom middle goal for control. Red still trying to score in that far long goal, while red has 1 block in this long goal. Red still trying. Blue over there trying to get the loader closest to me, and they are missing, seemed like. Red still trying once again, and blue still pushing them. No one has control of this top middle goal anymore. Blue trying to pick up some blocks from around the field to score. Red trying to do the same. It seems like they're going for that loader. Blue trying to score that bottom middle goal to get control, and they score it, and now they now have control of the bottom middle goal. 20 seconds left in this match. Park zones are now protected. Blue has scored another one in that bottom goal, securing their control, while red is trying to wing their block into that control zone. They get it. Red now has control zone of the close long goal, while red is trying to score one. Red goes for a park at the end. We are now on the Venture Global field. On the Red Alliance, we have 70663Z Crash Out Crew and 70634C Techno Vipers. On the Blue Alliance, we have 33848A, the Tribot, and 70663B, the Robo Guppies. All right, both teams are ready. We're going to start this autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. Immediately, we see movement from the red bot and the blue bot. They try and score in that bottom goal, but they miss. Red going for that long goal, but they also miss. This is the end of autonomous period. It's an auton tie. We're going to go into driver control period in 3, 2, 1. Immediately, we see movement from the red bot, trying to score that bottom middle goal, and they almost get it, trying to push it in. The blue claw bot over there is trying to grab a block to score in the long goal. Red going for that far long goal, trying to get a block, and they get it. Blue still trying to pick up that block. Blue going over there to play defense on 70634C. We have a minute and 10 seconds left in this match. Blue trying to get a block out of that loader, it seems, while Red is trying to stop them from it. Red using their pneumatics to bring their arm down, trying to score the middle goal, but they overshoot, trying to take out the Blue out of their intake. Blue still trying to get that block to score on the long goal, while 70663Z is moving around. Red is trying to get that middle goal once again, but Blue is playing some defense on them, trying to stop them. They miss once again. Blue now has a block in their control. With 30 seconds left in this match, Red has one block in that far long goal. They're going for more, while Blue seems like they're trying to park. Red, 20 seconds left in the match. Park zones are now protected. Blue seems like they're about to get a block in the long goal, in which they do. Red scoring two more. In the last 5 seconds of the match, Blue is now trying to park, while Red is trying to grab another block. And that's the end of the match. All right, moving on to the Phillips 66 field. On the Red Alliance, we have 29244A Big Boy Bots and 66567A the Molo Robo Warriors. On the Blue Alliance, we have 33705X 5-star Quantum Rabbit and 51648A the Muffin Man. All right, both teams are ready, so we're going to start this autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. We immediately see movement from all four of the robots. Blue grabbing the 3 and getting the loader. They score in that long goal. Then they go for the wing. Blue over there in the far long goal. They get 1. Seems like Blue knocks some of their blocks out trying to win. Blue gets that autonomous bonus. And we're going to resume the match in 3, 2, 1. Blue immediately going for that loader to get the red blocks out so they can match load. The other blue bot also at the far long goal trying to do the same thing. Blue getting all their match loads out of that loader. Red scoring 4 in that far long goal, trying to wing to get it into the control zone. Seems Red is playing some defense on 33705X over here. Red's still trying to get that control zone. Blue going for that far long goal with some fast scoring. And they're going to score 7 blocks. And they're going to try and wing the red blocks out of the goal. Red trying to get the blocks in their control zone, and they do. But Blue's going to de-score it. Blue going to pick up some more blocks from the other side of the field, while Red is still going to try and de-score the Blue robots' blocks. Blue going down that alley. Red picking up another one, while 516488, the Muffin Men, trying to get the bottom block in that control zone, and they get it. Blue going to score more in this close long goal here, while Red is trying to de-score. They get the wing in. They're going back for the loader. Blue playing a screen for their teammate. Red de-scoring the Blue blocks over here at this close long goal. Park zones are now protected at the last 20 seconds of the match. Blue going for middle goal. Red seems to be going for a park. Blue now has all control zones in this match. Blue going for the last second scoring at the end, and for the last second win. That's the end of the match.
On to qualification match number 46 now. We have our Red Alliance, which is Team 33848Z, Sam's Club. Along with him is Team 90235A, Atomic. For our Blue Alliance, we have Team 96607A, Perry the Platabot. Along with him is Team 70699B, Wolverine Robotics.
Hands out the field.
Both alliances are ready, so we can start match 46 in 3, 2, 1. Red going for those corner blocks, turning towards that long goal now. Blue's trying to score in that long goal, but it looks like they make it. That's a block scored in the long goal for Blue. No block scored for Red. They're trying, but they misaligned it just so. Looks like it's going to end with only one block scored. It's going to be a Blue autonomous bonus. And with that, we can begin driver. In 3, 2, 1. Blue immediately going for that loader, trying to get their match loads in, scoring as many blocks as they can into that long goal. They get one. They're trying to get one in. They get two. That's 2 blocks in there. They also get Blue also gets bottom middle control zone. Red takes over top middle control zone. That's a control zone for either team. Blue sweeps it in, gets a long goal control zone as well. That's 2 control zones for Blue and only 1 for Red. Red overshoots the top middle goal just by a little bit. Red's trying to use their wing to sweep in their red block in the long goal. They're having a little bit of trouble aligning it. They sweep it in just a little bit, but not enough. Red secures control of top middle, while they're also trying to wing in that red block. Blue wings in their blue and takes long goal control zone. That is 3 blue control zones. Red wings in the red block, but it's not going to be enough to remove blue control. That's still going to be blue control zone for that long goal over there. Blue securing bottom middle control zone. They currently have 3 of them, 3 control zones. Red secures more into that long goal, going for another sweep, trying to remove those blue blocks, but is still having trouble aligning it. Blue is scoring blocks on the other side, trying to secure their control zone and use their wing to push it, knocking a red block out. They are securing that long goal control zone. Red is still trying to go for a sweep, is having trouble aligning it. Red negates control zone on the here. It's going to be 2 for Blue, 1 for Red. Last 20 seconds, a park might mean a lot here. Red's still trying to push in their blocks. Blue is trying to take over top middle, but only has 1 and is not enough to negate it. Red tries to push it in. They push in a little, but not enough. ready for qualification match number 47. We have our Red Alliance, which is Team 19140B, Ceremonies. Along with him is Team 33705C, 5-Star Galaxy Gators. We have our Blue Alliance, which is Team 22443A, Full House. Along with him is Team 70699A, Wolverine Robotics. Both alliances are ready. We can begin autonomous. In 3, 2, 1. Blue going for their corner blocks. Both teams are over. Red gets those blocks, but just de-scores it. They aren't able to get it. Blue takes over top middle control zone. Red scores one in the long goal. Blue has 4 blocks scored and top middle control zone. Looks like that's going to be it for autonomous. Looks like Blue is going to take this autonomous bonus. Blue takes the autonomous bonus for this match. And now we can begin driver. In 3, 2, 1. Blue already going for a wing, going for that long goal control zone. They get long goal control zone. That's two control zones for Blue. Red goes for bottom middle and knocks out a Blue in the process. Red's trying to align well enough to get it, but their sprocket has fallen off. Their entire intake has been disabled at the moment, right at the start of the match. Red D-scores the top Blue block, removing that control zone. Blue's coming from both sides on this long goal, trying to score blocks into it. There is a red block in the way at the moment. Red's trying to play defense, making sure Blue can't score any, but Blue scores 3 blocks in that long goal, and are now trying to align their wing to get a push in. They're trying to score it, but Red is pushing them out of the way, making sure that Blue can't get that control zone. Blue's going for a wing. They knock in the red and the blue. It's a Blue control zone in that long goal over there. Red pushes against it, but it's not enough to remove the control zone. That's still going to be a Blue control zone. Blue is making use of their loader, trying to get as many blocks as they can from their match loads, putting them in one by one at a time. Blue takes over top middle control zone, adding to their collection. They currently have 3 control zones. Now going for bottom middle control zone, trying to take over all 4. Blue gets bottom middle control zone. Blue has all 4 control zones at the moment. Last 20 seconds, maybe up to a park here. Red tries to go for a park, but I'm not sure if that's going to be able to make it. Blue goes for a park as well. It looks like that's going to be a very clear park. More blocks scored in the top middle. Blue is a lot of blocks scored. On to qualification number 48, we have our Red Alliance, which is Team 19140C, Coding Kings. Along with them is their sister team 19140A, Rebels Gone Rogue. We also have our Blue Alliance, which is Team 70663C, Goblin Goonies. Along with them is Team 90235B, Bluey.
Blue, are you ready? Red, are you ready?
Both alliances ready. We can begin autonomous. In 3, 2, 1. Red immediately dashes for that bottom middle, but it's not enough to make it. That might be a cross. I'm not sure. Red collects their blocks, but just out-takes them. It looks like they're a little misaligned for their long goal. Looks like it's going to be no block scored, and maybe up to if that crosses. It does not cross,
Didn't cross.
so it's going to be an autonomous tie. With that, we can begin driver. In 3, 2, 1. Red immediately going for their long goal, getting their loader blocks. Blue pushes from the other side, getting 2 blocks into their long goal. Blue's playing defense against red. Red scores 3 into that long goal. Is now going to try to use their wing to gain that control zone. Red pushes in those blocks in that control zone, getting them 10 points. Red also takes over bottom middle control zone. Red currently has 2 control zones and is trying to go for a D score on those blue blocks. They D score all 3 of those blue blocks. Red's currently in the lead at the moment. Blue scores 3 blocks into the long goal on the other side. They have no means of pushing it in at the moment, though, due to some defense from Red. Red's pushing them out of the way, trying to make sure that they can't push those in the control zone. Red's coming to get those blocks, possibly going for another D score. Goes around to the other side of the long goal, pushing more blocks in, but Blue is coming in for the defense, trying to push them out of the way. Red scores 3 blocks into their long goal, and is pushing Blue out of the way, who's trying to stop them. They get a 4th in, and are now going for a wing. They're going to try to push in those blocks, but Blue is cheating out of the way. They push it, knocking out some Blue blocks in the process, and giving them Red control zone in that long goal. Blue negates control zone in the bottom middle. Red currently has 2.
Mark zones are protected.
Red has both long goal control zones and a negated in the bottom middle, and now they take over top middle control zone. Red gains top middle. Last 10 seconds, Red's trying to go for a park. They get it with an assist from their teammate. They get a park. Blue's trying to go for a park, but I don't know if they're going to be able to make it in the last 2 seconds.
All right, we're here on the Citgo field for qualification 49. On the Red Alliance, we have 12188A, the Robo Rogues, and 70699C, Wolverine Robotics. On the blue team, we have 33848A, Tribot, and 66567A, Molo Robo Warriors. We're still waiting for them. All right, we were having some connection issues, but it seems like we're back. So we're gonna start this autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. Got movement from the red robot. They get the 3 in the middle. They drop 1 out of their intake. They try, but they try to align with the logo, but they don't. It'll be the end of autonomous period. It'll be an auton tie. We're gonna continue this match in 3, 2, 1. So along with that autonomous period, we go into the driver control period, and red goes to pick up the blocks that they dropped, and they get 2 in the long goal. They bring their wing up. They get a 3rd one in that long goal, while but they miss. Blue gets 1, and they accidentally knock it out, while the Robo Rogues focus on scoring that top middle goal, and they get it. But then they get stuck in the blue park zone, and they get unstuck. Red over here trying to wing their blocks in the control zone, and they get it. They try to, but Blue's playing some defense, some undergoal defense, but they still get it. Red has control of that bottom low goal. Red has control of 3 of the 4 control zones right now. Red knocks one of their blocks out of the goal, but 70699C going for that other long goal to score that block, and they miss. Blue over there still trying to score in that far long goal. The Robo Rogues trying to score in the long goal. Got some pinning going on. Blue over there still trying. Red trying to grab more blocks from the other side of the field. They get a bunch of blues, no reds. Robo Rogues trying to get into that long goal. They get 1 into that long goal, while it seems that blue is entangled with red, where they get undone. Blue trying to score another one in that middle goal. 10 seconds left in the match, and red seems to be trying to park. Red getting that red block in the other control, in the close long goal control zone. And they keep trying, and they get it at the last second. Red has control of all 4 control zones. All right, we're on qualification 50 on the Venture Global field. On the Red Alliance, we have 33848D, the 3 Musketeers. Oh my gosh. And then we have 33705X 5-star Quantum Rabbit. And then on the Blue Alliance, we have 33705B, Keepy Uppy, and 337.
Test, test, test. We're back in business.
Yay! Okay, guys, I'm back on the mic. On the Phillips 66 field for qualification 51, on the red alliance, we have 70699D, Wolverine Robotics, and 24049A, OPMS Transformers. On the blue alliance, we have 70663Z, the Crash Out Crew, and 96607A, Perry the Platobot. Making sure they have their glasses on. All right, both teams are ready, so we're going to start this autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. Immediately we see movement from the red robot. They grab 3 blocks from the middle. The blue robot over there trying to score in the long goal. Red trying to score in that bottom middle. Blue misses the one in the long goal. They grab one from the loader, but accidentally shoot it out, hitting the red robot. That's the end of autonomous period. It will be an auton tie. We're going to start this driver control in 3, 2, 1. Red immediately goes to the long goal to try and score. Blue also does the same. They get 2 in, and they drop the red one out of their intake. Red gets 3. They go for the wing, but Blue's playing some defense. Blue go over there going for their loader, and Red is going to try and D-score and use their wing to put the blocks in the control zone. Blue doing the same. And let's see who gets it first. Blue gets it first, while Red is trying to play defense on them. Red's battery seems to be falling out while they're getting propped up on the blue robot. Red's still trying to grab the other blocks with their and wing the blue blocks out. Blue gets some in the middle goal. Then they try and get one in the bottom goal, and it seems that the 2 blocks are getting stuck in the intake while Red is over here D-scoring Blue. Blue now has control of the long goal, but let's see if Red can turn this around. Blue going back for that long goal, Red playing defense, while Blue is playing defense on Red. It's a lot of defense going on here. Blue scores 1 more in that goal. They wing it into the control zone. Then they get stuck in the goal. Red scores 1 in the top middle goal. The last 20 seconds, guard zones are now protected. Blue is now unstuck. Red trying to park. Red trying to get the control zone of that long goal. This was what will make or break the match. Red still trying to get that park with 4 seconds left in the match. 3, 2, 1.
Moving on now to qualification match number 52, we have our Red Alliance, which is Team 90235B, Bluey. Along with him is their sister team, Team 90235A, Atomic. For our Blue Alliance, we have Team 51648A, the Muffin Men. Along with him is Team 70699A, Wolverine Robotics. All right, both alliances are ready. We can begin the match. In 3, 2, 1. Red going for those corner blocks there. Blue doing the same on their own corner blocks. Blue's trying to go line up for that long goal. They're going to outtake, but they just barely miss it. Blue does get 3 on the other side, though. Red tries to score 1, but it doesn't look like it's going to be able to come out. That's just going to be only blue block scores here. Blue. That's going to be a blue autonomous bonus. And now we can start driver. In 3, 2, 1. Immediately, red goes to score 1, 2, and 3 blocks into their loader, into the long goal, while blue comes and gets the control zone in their long goal. Red's trying to use their wing to push it into that control zone. Just having a little bit of issues aligning it. Blue, on the other hand, takes over bottom middle control zone by putting a block into there. Blue is trying to stop red from doing any movement with their wing. Red's now trying to play defense against the other bot. Needs to back away to stop the pinning. Blue scores 1, 2, 3, 4 into that long goal, and it's pushing to get the control zone. They get blue control zone. That's 3 blue control zones, both the long goals and 1 in the bottom middle. Red's now trying to go for their wing back again, but blue is at the ready on the other side of the long goal, ready to push it back against them if they need to. Now the red bot is pinned in between both of the blue bots, but red is pushing them from the other side. They're all colliding with one another. Red's trying to go for another sweep. They get it in the line, and they push it. That's a red control zone. Quickly swapped over. Blue's trying to swap it back, and they do. They swap it back. It's now back to blue control zone. So, there's heavy wing play here once they push it back and forth. Red pushes in, and blue pushes it back in. It's a negated control zone at the moment. There's no blocks left to push, so they're now fighting one another. Red pushes it, blue pushes it, back to red, back to blue. It's back and forth. It keeps going back and forth the last 5 seconds. Whoever will control this. It's at blue at the moment, last 2 seconds. ready for qualification match number 53. We have our Red Alliance, which is team 70663A, Farkles Sharkles. Along with him is team 29244A, Big Boy Bots. We have our Blue Alliance, which is team 96607B, Doodle Bots. Along with him is team 19140C, Coding Kings. Both alliances are ready. We can begin the match. In 3, 2, 1. All 4 bots here. Blue going for the bottom middle, and looks like they may have crossed that line. Meanwhile, Red's going for the long goal. They score 1 block in. They're going for a second, but they just aren't aligned enough. They throw 3 out, but it's not enough. It looks like it's a cross from the Blue Alliance, meaning it's going to go autonomous bonus to Red. Now we can begin the driver. In 3, 2, 1. Red scoring in the long goal. They have 1 in at the moment. Blue's trying to pick up that block. Blue is trying to score into the long goal, but pushing from Red is stopping them from doing so. Red now has some blocks ready for their long goal, picking some up around the area. Red's going to try and score that long goal on the other side. Blue tries to get 1 in, but they just barely miss it. Red tries to get the second in, but it's having a little bit of issues aligning it just right. They get 2 and 3 in, going for a 4th. They get 4 in. Blue is trying to come in to play some defense. Red's going for a wing, trying to push it into the control zone. But there is having a little bit of issues from Blue. Blue scores 1 into the closer long goal. Red gets 1, 2, 3 in this closer long goal. We have more blocks scored from Red, but Blue does have bottom middle control zone. Red trying to go for a sweep is having some trouble aligning. Needs a little bit more alignment, and Red's going to go for a sweep for the for the long goal control zone. Blue scores a second block in this closer long goal, where Red comes in to try to defend. Red does get control zone in this long goal. Points. Last 20 seconds. Blue goes for a park. Red tries to score in top middle, but just barely misses. Now Red's trying to go for a sweep in this closer long goal, but it's going to take them a little bit to align it. They try to push it in, but getting stuck on the long goal. They push it in, and that's a Red control zone on this side. Red goes for a park as well, and they get it. All right, it is really nice to see all of you parents here cheering for your teams. And why not we reward you? We've got some shirts here. So, we do want to see who can cheer the loudest. So, our parents here on the Citgo field, let me hear some noise from you. Oh, come on. We've got shirts. Do you want some shirts? Not you. I need the parents to cheer. Parents, if you want a shirt here at the Citgo field, let's make some noise. All right, all right. Moving on now to the Venture Global field. If you parents in the Venture Global field want some shirts, let's make some noise, parents. Okay. Okay, Phillips 66. Surely you guys can do better. Parents here at the Phillips 66 field, if you want a shirt, let's make some noise. There we go. All right, who wants a shirt? Throwing out some. There we go. A little too high. Could have done a little better with that one. We're going now to qualification match number 54. We have our Red Alliance, which is team 22443A, Full House. Along with them is team 70663B, Robo Guppies. For our Blue Alliance, we have team 3467A, Little Tigers. Along with them is team 24049B, OPMS Shockwave. Both alliances ready, we can begin match 54 in 3, 2, 1. Blue going for those corner blocks. They get one in and not the other two. Red goes for their own corner box and go for top middle, but they miss all three of theirs. Blue does get blocks into their long goal and gets control. It looks like that might not be control anymore. They go for a wing, try to secure it. Doesn't look like it gets control, but it does get the autonomous bonus. And now we can start driver in 3, 2, 1. Blue immediately secures control in that long goal. Blue's also going for bottom middle in the middle of the field here. One of the red bots seems to have stopped moving. There may have been a disconnect. Blue secures bottom middle control zone and the long goal control zone. Red's having a little bit of issues connecting. Red's trying to make use of their loader, trying to score some blocks out of there, but it's having a little bit of trouble getting some out. They want to use their match loads, but their loader mechanism doesn't seem to be working very well. Blue takes this moment to secure some blocks into the long goal control zone on the other side. That's 3 control zones for Blue at the moment. Red's trying to get some blocks to score into the long goal of their own. Blue's making use of their match loads, putting them in one at a time. Blue has 3 control zones. Red going for top middle. They get top middle. That's a red for top middle control zone. Blue accidentally scores another red block on top of that. Blue's trying to get top middle control zone, but it doesn't look like they're able to aim it just right. Blue currently has 3 control zones with red, and red has 1. A lot of blocks scored here. Last 30 seconds. Blue's trying to de-score those red blocks. They get 1 out. They're trying to get the second. They just can't get that second one, though. Last 20 seconds open here. Blue's aligning for that park. Trying to line it up and get in. But they're having a little bit of trouble getting over the park zone. They're trying to line up. They just can't make it. Only 5 seconds left. They try to get on. Both alliances are trying to get on. I'm not sure if one of them is sparking. Very close.
All right, we're going to move to qualification 55 on the sit-go field. On the Red Alliance, we have 70663X Short Circuit and 70663C the Goblin Goonies. And then on the Blue Alliance, we have 33705C 5-Star Galaxy Gators and 96607C Krusty Krab. All right, both teams are ready. We're going to start this autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. Immediately we see movement from all 4 robots. That's what I like to see. We got Red trying to score in that bottom middle goal. They miss. Blue going for that long goal. That's the end of the autonomous period. That's going to be an auton tie. We're going to move this to driver control period in 3, 2, 1. Immediately, Red picks up that red block. Blue tries to score that long goal, but they miss. They overshoot it. Red trying to score the middle goal. Red gets the bottom middle goal. They can control that. Blue scoring 1 in the long goal, and the other blue robot scoring 1 in the far long goal. Red has 2 in that bottom middle goal now. Red wing it into the control zone. They get stuck. Red has 1 stuck on the top of the middle goal. Should be extra points. Red trying to get 1 in the far long goal. They keep trying, but they're not moving. They're getting played defense on. Red grabbing blocks from over there in that corner. Blue trying to score 1 in the middle. They miss. Red getting 1 into this close long goal here. They score 3. Red's drivetrain seems to be stuck. Blue coming over here to play defense on the red robot. Blue is going to the middle goal, trying to pick up that block, while the other robot has their wing waiting. They're scoring 1 in the middle goal. They get 1. Blue now has control of 2 control zones, while Red has 1. Red going for the top middle goal, trying to grab that block under the goal. Blue going to de-score the red blocks out of this goal. Their drivetrain seems to be acting up. Red trying to they miss. We have 15 seconds left in the match. Red trying to score 1 of that far long goal from me. They get it. Red is trying to get the top goal once again. Red loses their control zone of that top middle goal. All right, so we're at the Venture Global field for qualification 56. I'm going to introduce the teams. On the Red Alliance, we have 70634C, the Techno Vipers, and 70699B, Wolverine Robotics. Then on the blue alliance, we have 19140B and 19140A, the Techeronis and Rebels Gone Rogue. A thumbs up from both alliances. We're going to start this autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. Movement from 3 robots, 2 blue, 1 red. Red crosses the autonomous line. Blue tries to go for that long goal, but they miss. Red shooting a block out of their intake. Red climbing up that long goal. I got scared they were going to flip for a second. Blue autonomous win. We're going to start the match in 3, 2, 1. Red immediately comes down from their propped up state. Red going to score the one in the closest long goal, closest to me, and they get it. Very powerful scoring there. Blue trying to score in that far long goal. They get 3. They're going to use their wing to push it into the control zone, and they get it. Blue now has 1 control zone. Blue going for the 2 blocks on the red side of the field that are placed there during the initial match setup, while red is over there trying to get the red blocks out of the corner. Red trying to score in that top middle goal. Blue scores in the top middle goal. They score 2 and now have 2 control zones out of the 4. Red trying to score in this top long goal closest to me, but they miss. Blue over there in the alleyway having fun, trying to grab blocks. They get 3 blocks. They go to the other long goal to grab more blocks out of the alleyway. They score 1, 2, 3. They use their wing to push it into the control zone. They now have 3 out of the 4 control zones. Red actually de-scores one of the blue blocks and scores a red, tying up that top middle control zone, but then they almost de-score their own. Blue trying to get these blocks out right here, while red is over there trying to grab the blocks out of the alleyway. Blue trying to grab the 20 seconds left in the match. Park zones are now protected. Blue just de-scored one of the red robots blocks. They're going for the middle goal, and they get 1, meaning they have all 4 control zones now, and they're trying to de-score the red block. They do it at the last 5 seconds of the match. They grab another block. Red is parked. Blue is parked. It's in the match. All right, on the Phillips 66 field for qualification 57, on the red alliance, we have 33848A, the Tribot, and 33848D, 3 Musketeers. On the blue alliance, we have 90235B, Bluey, and 29244A, Big Boy Bots. They got a couple of fans in the crowd. All right, we got thumbs up from both alliances. We're going to start this autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. Immediately, we see movement from the red robot and the blue robot going for the long goal. Seems blue misses, though. That'll be the end of autonomous. That'll be an auton tie. We're going to continue this match in 3, 2, 1. Immediately, we see movement from all 4 bots once again. Blue immediately goes for that bottom middle, while red goes for that far long goal, and they get 1 in. Blue has a chain that came off somewhere, seems like, while the claw bot over here is trying to grab another block. Red trying to get that block out of the corner to score more. Blue scores 1 in the long goal, while blue plays more defense on the other red robot. Red over here trying to get one in this long goal, and they get it. Blue over here trying to pick up one block. Seems to be stuck in the long goal trying to wing their block into the control zone. We have a minute left in the match. Blue's trying to get another one, while red is trying to get one from the match loader, in which they do. Blue coming to push defense so they can't score.
Blue won.
We got some pinning going on here. Blue gets one in the long goal for their control. Blue now has the control of the long goal. They're now going to try and pick up another block, while red over here is trying to score in this close long goal, while blue is trying to de-score that red block. And do they get it? Yes, they do. 30 seconds left in this match. And we have red trying to score in this long goal once again after they just got devastatingly de-scored. Blue long goal. Red misses the long goal. Red trying to park. Blue trying to park. At the last 20 seconds of the park, at the last 20 seconds of the match where park zones are protected. Blue trying to use their wing to score in the control zone at the last 4 seconds of the match, while red is trying to push them.
right, up to qualification match number 58 now. And this one's going to be very interesting. We have our Red Alliance, Team 3467A, Little Tigers, who is currently your 4th in qualification rankings. Teamed up with Team 70699A, Wolverine Robotics, who is currently number 2 in the qualification rankings. Blue Alliance is the same with Team 33705X, 5-star Quantum Rabbit, who is number 1 in your qualification rankings. Teamed up with them is Team 19140C, who I believe is 26th in your qualification rankings. We have a lot of high-ranking teams here. It's going to be a good match.
Blue, are you ready? Ready, you ready?
Now we can begin our autonomous.
You're in airplane mode.
In 3, 2, 1. Going for their corner blocks. Blue doing the same. We've got blue going for their loader, getting those blocks. Red goes for their loader. They get those blocks. Blue has control zone, but knocks it out. There's only 4 blocks and no control zone. Red's autonomous doesn't score any blocks though. Had a little bit of an issue with it. It's going to be a blue autonomous bonus. And now we can begin our driver match. In 3, 2, 1. Red immediately going to pick up blocks and going towards that long goal, trying to de-score some of the blue blocks, but accidentally scores it into the control zone. Blue currently has control zone, 4 blocks in there. It's going to be an extra 10 points. It's going to be a battle of control zones here as Red goes for the bottom middle, trying to get those blocks in there, getting that control bonus. Blue gets top middle control zone and the control bonus. Red takes over bottom middle and a plate falls off. Red's now trying to take top middle. They try to get one. They get one in. That's negated control zone, but it is not enough to get Red that control zone. Blue is taking control of the bottom middle, adding more blocks into there, and is now going for their loader to get the match loads. Red takes over long goal control zone. It is equal for the most part between the two teams, but Blue has more blocks scored and has bottom middle ahead of Red. Red's trying to take over the long goal, adding 2 blocks in, and is now going for a sweep. They try to clear out the blocks, but Blue has just too heavy scoring. Now they're going to try to go for a D-score, but Blue is in the way, trying to hold their position to make sure they stay on top of that control zone. They knock some of it out, but not enough. Blue still maintains control zone there.
Blue 1.
One of the red bots seems to have been disabled for a little bit. It's at the moment. Blue is going for the park. I'm not sure if that's enough. Red tries to score some of the blocks. They get a few out. Blue tries to take over top middle, but has not enough blocks in there. It's still to neither side. Blue keeps trying to secure control zone last few seconds. Someone needs to get very close. On to qualification match number 59 now. We have your Red Alliance, which is Team 70663Z, Crash Out Crew. Along with him is Team 51648A, the Muffin Men. I think she knows the Muffin Men. For our Blue Alliance, we have Team 33705C, 5-Star Galaxy Gators. Cheering for both sides, are we? Along with him is Team 70699C, Wolverine Robotics. Both alliances ready. We can begin match 59 in 3, 2, 1. Red immediately going for that bottom middle control, but it is not enough to make it. They just barely misaligned. Blue is taking their time to pick up those blocks in the corner. They get one, and they're now trying to align for the bottom middle, but they don't make it. No blocks seem to be scored at the moment, although every bot has gotten very close. That's going to be an autonomous tie. With that, we can begin driver. In 3, 2, 1. Red immediately going for that bottom middle. They're trying to get that block in, trying to secure control zone for themselves, while Blue comes in from the other side. Blue takes bottom middle control zone and scores a block. Red scores a block in the top in their long goal, and is now going for their loader. Blue's trying to take control of the long goal as well and trying to put a block in. They get a block in that long goal. Now Blue's going to try to use their wing to secure control in that long goal. They're trying to align themselves. They get it in. That's going to be Blue control zone in this long goal over here. Blue currently has 2 control zones. Red only has 1 block scored in the long goal, which is de-scored immediately. Only Blue blocks on the field at the moment. One of the Blue blocks is keeping Red into the corner.
Blue won.
They're trying to stop Red from scoring anything. If Red can stay into the corner, then Blue can maintain their lead. Blue's trying to take over top middle, and they get a block in. That's 3 control zones for Blue at the moment. Red quickly de-scores the Blue in the bottom middle, giving control zone to themselves. That's an extra 6 points for Red. Last 30 seconds here. Blue's trying to go for a park. They're going to need a little help from their alliance because they over. Their alliance is trying to push them in, and I don't know if that's going to be enough to make it, though. It still seems to be touching the ground. They're trying very hard to get up there, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to make it. The other Blue alliance is trying to park. It's so close, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Qualification match number 60. We have a Red Alliance, which is Team 24049B, OPMS Shockwave. Along with them is Team 19140A, Rebels Gone Rogue. For our Blue Alliance, we have Team 33705B, 5-star keepy uppy. Should have expected that. Along with him is Team 70699D, Wolverine Robotics.
Glasses, Red.
Well, the alliance is ready. We can begin autonomous. In 3, 2, 1. Corner blocks slowly picking them up one by one. Red doing the same, trying to go for that long goal. They need to line themselves, but they just barely miss. Blue's trying to go for top middle, but their intake doesn't seem to be outtaking any of the blocks. It looks like it's going to be no points scored for either side here. That's going to be an autonomous tie. And now we can begin driver in 3, 2, 1. Immediately going towards their long haul, trying to score all the blocks that they have. Although some defense from Red is keeping them out of the way. Blue is trying to score those blocks, but nothing is coming out at the moment. They keep trying to get it out, but Red is pushing them to the wall, trying to make sure they can't score anything. Red is also trying to go for bottom middle, just having a little bit of issues aligning themselves. They try to shove it in, but they don't. Red gets 3 blocks in and gets a long goal control zone. All they have to do is prevent Blue from getting anything. Red's so close to getting in the bottom middle, they get a block in the bottom middle, but it almost shoots out the other side. Blue takes over top middle. That's 2 control zones for Red and 1 control zone for Blue. Red's trying to play defense against Blue, trying to push them out of that bottom middle. Red takes over top middle control zone as well. Red currently has 3 control zones. Blue's trying to get long goal. They're trying to put a block in, but it's having a little bit of issues coming out. Their outtake isn't working properly. Red's taking this time to go and try to obtain the other long goal control zone. And they get it in. That's all 3 control zones for Red. 1 negated control zone as Blue comes up and scores a block into the top middle. Red scores another block in the top middle, giving them back control zone and knocking out a Blue block in the process. That's all 4 control zones going to Red at the moment. Blue is trying to push from the other side to get the Red out, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it. Last 20 seconds. Red currently has 4 control zones, and Red is also going for a park. Their alliance is trying to help them out. Blue's trying to go for bottom middle. They negate the control zone there. Red only has 3 control zones now, and Blue's going for a park.
All right, we're back on the sit-go field for our 4th to last match of the day. Well, of qualifications, my bad. Until alliance selection. So on the Blue Alliance, we have 70663C, the Goblin Goonies, and 70699B, Wolverine Robotics. On the Red Alliance, we have 70663B, the Robo Guppies, and we're waiting for the alliance 66567A, the Mola Rover Warriors. Oh, they're right there. All right, everybody's up and running. We're going to continue with qualification 61. We're going to start the autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. Immediately, all bots are moving. Blue gets one in the bottom middle goal. It's going to be a blue autonomous win. We're going to continue the match in 3, 2, 1. Immediately, red goes to play defense on blue. Blue gets another one in that bottom middle goal. Well, 70663C goes to score in that long goal. Red has some pinning going on. Blue gets 1, 2, and then they go away from the long goal. Blue over here, one of their chains broke. They're trying to grab the block. Blue has 3 in that far long goal. Seems blue is actually stuck in between the long goal and the wall. Their teammate comes to push them out. Now blue almost got stuck. Seems they're going for the other long goal. We got blue going for that bottom middle goal, but they miss. Then blue is gonna go for that top middle goal, but red plays a bunch of defense on them, so they can't. So you see, defense is actually really good because whenever somebody's trying to score and they can't score, then you have the opportunity to go around to the other side of the long goal and score. See, red trying to park, but it seems they got stuck. Blue trying to get that top middle goal once again. Those blocks seem jammed in their intake. Blue over here, that is close long goal, trying to park, while red is still trying to get middle goal. Blue's gonna go and push their teammate into the park zone while red does the same. They're gonna keep trying. Other red robot goes for the park, but the other red robot is trying also. Red seems to get it at the last second. All right, on the third to last match of the qualifications, qualification 62 on the Venture Global field. On the Red Alliance, we have 70663X, Short Circuit, and 19140B to the Techeronies. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 121888, the Robo Rogues, and 96607A, Perry the Platobot. Got fans from the other match field and from the stands. Both sides are ready, so we're gonna start this autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. We see movement from all 4 robots. That's what I like to see. Blue going for that long goal, but they do not seem to get it. Then they go for the loader. They get 1, maybe 2 out of that loader. Seems they outtake one of the blocks. It's going to be an auton tie. We're going to continue this match in 3, 2, 1. Blue immediately goes for the rest of that loader. They score 1, but they miss. Red scores 2 in this close long goal, while blue has 4 in their intake, going for that top middle goal. They miss 1. Blue over there in that alleyway trying to continue. Blue gets 1 in that top middle goal. They now have control of the top middle goal. Blue over there trying to get into that long goal and get the bottom goal. Seems blue is going to get 1 in that bottom control zone. Now they have 2 in that bottom control zone. They now control 2 of the 4 control zones. Blue picking up some more blocks in their intake, while Blue is playing defense on red. Then red is going to go to that other far long goal to try and score, while blue trying to get more in that top middle goal. They're going to overshoot with some power. Red ties up that bottom control zone with 2. Blue only has 1 control zone now. Blue actually has lost that control zone. And red has now taken that control zone over for the bottom goal, and they've de-scored both of the blue blocks that were in the top middle goal. 20 zones are now protected. Seems we got some undergoal action coming from the Robo Rogues on that blue robot. Blue is trying to de-score that red block. They get the red block out. Now the bottom control zone is tied. Seems the Perry the Paddlebot actually gets control of that bottom goal. Robo Rogues gets control of that top goal at the last second. Introduce the teams on this qualification 63 at the Phillips 66 field, the second to last match of the qualifications. On the Red Alliance, we have 96607B, the Doodlebots, and 96607C, Krusty Krab. On the Blue Alliance, we have 90235A, Atomic, and 24049A, OPMS Transformers. Up from both teams, so we're going to start this autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. Got movement from 3 bots. The red bot actually clears the park zone. Blue tried to go for that long goal, but they missed. Red tries to go for the long goal, but they missed. Blue aligns himself with a long goal, but their intake does not spin. This will be the end of the autonomous period with an odds-on tie. We're going to start this match in 3, 2, 1. Blue's immediately going for the long goal. And they get 2 in. Red trying to go for that top middle goal, but they miss. Blues gonna try and use their wing to push it in. Red gets 1 in that top close goal. Blue trying to wing their own, but they end up winging it out on accident. Red gets actually stuck on a block, while blue is playing defense on the other red robot. Blue actually de-scores one of the red blocks. The only person with a score here right now is blue, with that 1 block in the long goal. Red is going to that far long goal to try and score, but OPMS Transformers is playing defense on red. Blue trying to get that control, but they overshoot with their wing. They're going to try again. They get in the control zone. Red going for that far long goal, while blue has 1 block in their intake going for that middle goal. Red is playing some defense. Blue gets that top middle goal control. Blue now has 2 control zones. They're going to go for the bottom control too. Will they get it? Red gets 2 in that far long goal, while blue now has 3 control zones. OPMS Transformers is now clearing the park zone to try and park at the end of the match. The last 20 seconds before park zones are protected. 20 seconds, park zones are now protected. Red is parking, while the other red robot is scoring. Blue is trying to de-score that red block, which they do. Blue has 3 control zones, red has none. Blue trying to de-score those red blocks at the last second, in which they do. Red trying to get one at the last second, but they can't.
If there is a Zachary Endres in the building, please come to the front.
All right, who's ready for our final qualification match of this tournament? It's qualification match number 64. We have our Red Alliance, Team 33848Z, Sam's Club. Along with him is Team 22443A, Full House. And we have our Blue Alliance, Team 70663A, Farkles Sharkles. Along with them is Team 70634C, Techno Vipers. Both alliances are ready, so we can start autonomous in 3, 2, 1. Most of the blue bots going for those corner blocks. One of the blue bots is going for that long goal, trying to score it in, but it doesn't look like it's going to be aligned. They shoot it out, and it hits the other bot. It doesn't. No blocks have been scored for the blue alliance, though. That's going to be an autonomous tie. And with that, we can begin driver in 3, 2, 1. Red's picking up the blocks in the corner, trying to store them and going for those middles. But blue is trying to play defense, make sure they don't get it. Red is going for that top middle control. They get 1, 2, 3 in. That's top middle control for red. Red is also trying to go for the long goal. Blue as well, as they score 2 blocks in. Blue's trying to play defense against red, making sure they can't score anything in that long goal. Red making use of their loader and their match loads, taking out blocks one by one. They're going to go for that long goal now. Blue comes in from the other side, trying to stop them, shoving them out of the way. Blue is ready, has 5 blocks in chamber, ready to score. They're trying to come around on the long goal, trying to push red out of the way. They want to score on that long goal. They get 1 in. 2, 3, 4, 5 in that long goal. They're readying their wing, ready to try to get that control zone. Red's doing the same, trying to de-score. It's a battle of the wings. Whoever gets there first, blue gets control zone in that long goal. Red currently has top middle, and blue's trying to remove that. One of the red bots seems to be stuck in between the long goal. They're calling for Alliance to come help. Blue is taking this chance to get long goal control zone. That's 2 control zones for blue, 1 for red in the top middle. Last 20 seconds. Stuck. They aren't able to get free. Oh, they get free right at the end. Park zones are protected here. We need a park from either team. Blue's going to try to go for a park. Red's trying to score to the blocks while they can, but their intake's having a little trouble. It's a little slow. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it in that long goal. It does not look like it. All right, the score for the final match of the day is a score of 25 to 54 for your Blue Alliance. That is going to be our final qualification match. We will come back for alliance selection, where teams will pick who they want to be with for their finals.
Welcome to the VEX Robotics Competition Alliance Selection. Here, you'll learn the process in which an alliance consisting of 2 VEX Robotics competition teams is formed. The results from qualification matches are used to determine the rankings of teams for the alliance selection process. Alliances of 2 teams are formed during alliance selection and will compete against each other in an elimination bracket to identify the alliance that will be named tournament champions. The rankings are determined using a combination of win points, which are accumulated as you win qualification matches, autonomous points, which are accumulated by winning the autonomous bonus at the beginning of each match, and strength of schedule points, or the sum of the losing alliance score in each qualification match played. Teams are rank sorted first by win points. Any ties and win points will be broken with autonomous points. Strength of schedule points is the third tiebreaker if needed. For all of these criteria, a higher number equates to a higher ranking. Once qualification matches are complete, teams are asked to send 1 student representative to the playing field area for the alliance selection draft. The highest ranked team becomes the first alliance captain, and the team representative will be asked for their selection. Alliance captains can invite any team at the event that was not already selected to join an alliance. The invited team's representative is given the opportunity to accept the invitation or decline in favor of creating their own alliance. If the invited team accepts, that alliance is completed, and neither team is available to be selected for the remainder of the selection process. After a team is picked, all teams behind them in the rankings will move up 1 place. If the invited team declines the invitation, they're reserving the right to be an alliance captain and form their own alliance. They cannot be selected by any other alliance captain, but may select other teams to form an alliance if they're in a position to be an alliance captain later in the draft. Alliance captains continue to select their alliance partners in numerical ranking order until all alliances are formed for the elimination matches. Let's take a look at how this works in an example draft. In this hypothetical, the top-ranked team invites the 5th-ranked team to join their alliance. The 5th-ranked team declines, opting to form their own alliance. The top-ranked team now makes a new selection and invites the 2nd-ranked team. The 2nd-ranked team accepts and completes the alliance. The next selection will be made by the 3rd-ranked team because they are the next highest-ranked team who is not already in an alliance. They may not select the 1st or 2nd-ranked teams because they are already in an alliance. They also may not select the 5th-ranked team because they have already been invited to an alliance and they declined. In this example, the 5th-ranked team is still able to be an alliance captain and invite a partner when their turn comes around. This process will repeat until the proper number of alliances are formed. As always, be sure to review the tournament section of the game manual for official rules and details. Good luck to all teams in your elimination matches.
All right, so with the ending of that, we're going to start the alliance selection. So alliance selection is the first 16 alliances which are going to go to elims, and they're going to go to quarterfinals and semifinals, and then eventually finals, which is going to be in the auditorium. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the first seed alliance to pick, then second seed, and then so on. And then after, they're going to go over here for a driver's meeting. And then after that, after the driver's meeting, we can all go to lunch. So we're going to start with the first seed, which is 5-star Quantum Rabbit. Who do you want to pick?
706998.
Hold on. Do you accept?
Yes.
All right. So second seed. Who do you choose?
I'm not gonna press it. Oh, 3467A.
All right. 3467A. Do you accept? Sure. All right, we're gonna go back to the third seed. Who do you want to pick?
D.
70699D, do you accept?
I humbly accept.
All right. All right, our 5th seed alliance, who do you choose? They choose 70699B. Do you accept?
Yeah, sure.
All right. All right, so our 9th seed alliance, Perry the Platybot. Who do you choose? 70699C. Do you accept?
We accept.
All right. Rank 10, OPMS Shockwave. Who do you choose? Two two four four three A. Do you accept?
Yeah, accept.
Okay. Moving on to our 12 seed alliance. Who do you choose? Three three four eight D. 33848D. Do you accept?
Sure.
All right, we got a sure. Rank 13. All right, let's go down. The Goblin Goonies. Who do we choose?
Oh, I think I should pick him. Hey.
96607B.
96607B. Do we accept?
I humbly accept.
All right. Going on with our rank 16, the Techeronies. Who do we choose?
33848Z.
33848Z. Where you at? All the way down here. Do you accept?
C, 100% yes.
All right. Rank 17, OPMS Transformers. Who do we choose?
It's 90235A.
90235A. Do we accept?
We respectfully decline.
Ooh. They respectfully decline. All right. Again, who do you choose?
The Muffin Men. The what?
51648A.
51648A.
Do we accept?
We accept.
All right. Our rank 18 seed, Atomic. Who do we choose?
70663A.
70663A. Do we accept?
Yes, I accept.
Rank 19, the Robo-Guppies. Who do we choose?
19140C.
19140C. Do we accept?
We accept.
All right. Rank 23, 33848A Tribot. Who do we choose? 33705B. Do we accept?
We accept.
All right. Move down. Rank 26, the Techno Vipers. Who do we choose? Three 33705C. Do we accept?
Yes.
All right. Ranked 28, the Crash Out Crew. Who do we choose?
This one.
90235B. Do we accept?
Yes, I accept.
And for our last alliance, ranked 31, who do you choose? Do you accept?
I accept.
All right, everybody. Round of 16 starts at 1 o'clock in the gym, and y'all free for lunch. Nobody leave. We have a driver's meeting. All right, we're back for the round of 16 eliminations matches on the sit-go field. For the Red Alliance, we have 33705X 5-star Quantum Rabbit and 70699A Wolverine Robotics. And then on the Blue Alliance, we have 66567A, the Molo Robo Warriors, and 96607C Krusty Krab. All right, we got thumbs up from both sides. Oh. All right, we got thumbs up from both sides. We're gonna start this autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. You see movement from both the red blocks, from both red bots. Red getting 3, almost 4 in that top middle goal. Red misses that long goal. They missed both of the long goals. Red's gonna win that autonomous. We're gonna start driver control in 3, 2, 1. Red immediately goes for the blocks and the loader, while 70699A is going around picking up blocks from off the field as they do not have a match loader. As we can see, there's a sprocket. Something's falling out of somebody's robot. I see sprockets and shaft collars everywhere. 70699A is scoring 4 in that long goal, while 33705X scores 6 in that other long goal. They're going to go for that loader and score even more. 70699A is getting in that long goal. 33705X going for those blocks in the middle. With a minute left in this match, 70699A is scoring in this close long goal, while 96607C is trying to play defense on them. 33705X over there getting blocks out of that corner, scoring maybe 15 in that long goal. That's a full long goal over there. 70699A seems to be struggling, while 33705X is picking up blocks to score that bottom goal. But 66567A is playing defense. Now 33705X, the Red Alliance has control of that bottom goal. 25 seconds left in the match. 70699A has seemed to have their drivetrain. 705X is getting control of that bottom goal. There's 20 seconds left in this match. Park zones are now protected. 33705X seems to be trying to go for that long goal. 70699A going for the park. They're saying they're going for the double park. Doesn't know what to do. While they're talking about that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our teams for round of 16-2. On the Red Alliance, we have 96607B, the Doodlebots, and 70663C, the Goblin Goonies. Then on the Blue Alliance, we have 19140B, Techeronis, and 33848Z, Sam's Club. right, we got thumbs up from both sides, so we're going to start our autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. Movement from all 4 robots. That's what I like to see. Red's going for that long goal. Do they get it? Almost? At least it's lined up. It's going to be an auton tie. We're going to go into the driver control period in 3, 2, 1. Immediately, Red goes to score that one block that they lined up for at the beginning of auton. Red over there, the far long goal, is going to score 3. Blue going for that bottom middle goal, it seems like, playing defense on Red. Red's battery is hanging out. Red going down this alley to pick up some blocks, while Blue over there going to bring up their arm for D-scoring. Seems we got some defense. Red trying to maneuver around to this other long goal. Blue lining up for that long goal, but they do not get it. Red scoring a 4th one in that far long goal, but they knock it out on accident. Blue trying to D-score the red blocks. Blue trying to score, but Red is playing some heavy defense on them. Red sitting at the end of that long goal, so they can't D-score. Blue bringing that wing down so they could try. Blue lining up for that scoring, but they do not get it. Got a lot of stuff happening in this left corner over here. We got everybody huddled up in one corner on the far side of the field. Red driving around, trying to play defense on Blue so they can't score. We have some entanglement coming over here in the far left corner. Blue over there coming to try and score. 20 park zones are now protected. Red trying to go and park at the end of this match. Blue trying to D-score the red blocks. Blue going to park in the park zone. Red going to score middle goal at the last 6 seconds of the match. Do they get it? And they do! All right. All right, results are in for that last match. And on the Phillips 66 field here, round of 16-3, on the Red Alliance, we have 29244A, the Big Boy Bots, and 70699B, Wolverine Robotics. On the Blue Alliance, we have 33705B, 5-star Keepy Uppy, and 33848A, the Tribots. We got thumbs up from both sides. We're going to start the autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. We got movement from both red bots, but not both blue. Red trying to score that bottom middle goal, and red trying to score that long goal closest to me. That's the end of auton. It'll be an auton tie. We're going to go into driver control in 3, 2, 1. Immediately, we seeing red move and try and get those blocks at the center, the 3 blocks in the center, while 70699B is driving around trying to grab blocks off the field. Seems their front intake isn't spinning. Blue over there at that long goal trying to get one in. Red getting 4 in this close long goal, while Blue got 1 in that long goal over there. Red going for the wing to get it into the control zone. Will they get it? And they do. Red now controls 1 of the 4 control zones. 70699B trying to get that bottom middle goal. Red going to D-score the blue block over there. Will they get it? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. But blue going back to score another one, and they get it. Red going back to D-score. They're trying to get it, but the Clawbot is blocking them, and the Clawbot flips. No. Red going to D-score their blue block that they just scored. Red getting that bottom middle control. Red going for more blocks down this alley, while 29244A gets another one in that bottom goal. Red still has 2 control zones. At the last 20 seconds of the match, park zones are now protected. Blue over there trying to get back up, but can they get back up? Blue gets back up, but then they get propped up on a block. Red goes for the park. Red trying to D-score that 1 blue block at the end of that long goal. They're trying. That would be match end.
Moving on now to the match 4 of our round of 16. We have our Red Alliance, which is team 96607A, Perry the Platybot. Along with him is team 70699C, Wolverine Robotics. For our Blue Alliance, we have team 70663B, Robo Guppies. Along with him is team 19140C, Coding Kings. Both alliances are ready. We can begin our match. In 3, 2, 1. Both red bots and 1 blue bot. Blue going for that bottom middle, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to outtake for it. Red tries to go for the long goal, but misses. Blue bot very slowly inching forward. Red goes for bottom middle, also misses that. A bunch of the bots seem to be missing. The blue is still very slowly inching forward. With no block score, that's going to be an autonomous tie. And now we can begin our driver. In 3, 2, 1. Immediate movement of blue toward that bottom middle. They get a bottom middle control zone and a top middle control zone for blue. Red's going on to that long goal there, but blue shoves them out of the way before they can score. Red's trying to align to use their wing. They get it in. That's a red control zone in that long goal. Blue does have both control zones in the middle, though. Red also tries to take over the other long goal on the other side. Blue's trying to push them out of the way, while Red's trying to secure control zone. And they get it. That's 2 control zones for Red, and a negated control zone in the bottom middle. There's now only 1 control zone towards blue and 2 towards red. Red trying to score more into the long goal, but is facing defense from blue. Red scored in top middle, trying to gain control zone there. Now there's no control zones for blue at the moment. Equal on both middle goals. Red's making quick use of their loader, trying to get their match loads in as fast as possible. Red's trying to score in top middle, trying to get that control zone. But blue shoves them out of the way before they can. Blue's now going for bottom middle. Red gets top middle control zone, along with both of their long goal control zones. That makes 3 control zones that Red has. Red's now trying to get control of bottom middle, and they get it. Red has control of all 4 control zones on this field. Blue does have 2 blocks scored, but that's not going to be enough to gain control. Blue's not going to go for a park. Both blue teams are trying to go for a park, but it doesn't look like either of them are going to be able to make it. Red's trying to go for a park. They've got 5 seconds left to try to get this park. Red seems to gets a park off right at the end. That match is going to end in a 71-11. Your Red Alliance advances. Moving on to match 5 now, we have your Red Alliance, which is Team 19140A, Rebels Gone Rogue. Along with them is Team 3467A, Little Tigers. We have our Blue Alliance, which is Team 70663Z, Crash Out Crew. Along with them is Team 90235B, Bluey. Well, the Alliance is ready. We can begin our match in 3, 2, 1. Red going for those corner blocks. Blue's trying to go for bottom middle, but they just barely miss it. Red's not going for long goal. They miss all 3 of their blocks, but go for a loader. Red does get some blocks scored on this side, though, and are now going to try to use their wing to get control zone. They get control zone as well, giving them a very early start to this match. That's going to be a Red autonomous win. And now we can start driver in 3, 2, 1. Then immediately going towards their loader, trying to get those blocks out of there. They want to put those into the long goal. Blue's trying to go for the long goal as well, trying to align themselves with the goal. Blue's trying to push away Red. Red takes control of the middle control zone over there. Blue does have bottom middle. Red has both long goals, though. Red's trying to line up to that long goal. Now they're trying to take over top middle. Red tries to get top middle. Red gets top middle control zone. That's 3 control zones for red and 1 for blue. Blue currently only has 2 blocks scored. They need to score quite a few more points to get ahead. Blue tries to add another block to the bottom middle, but accidentally shoots out on the other side. Blue continues to try to score in that long goal, but is met with defense from Red. Red accidentally removes control zone from their long goal. They try to get it back. That's not control zone for Red just yet. It's equal on that long goal. Red does take control of bottom middle control zone, however. Both Red robots are trying to wing it in, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. It's just not enough force to move those blocks. Last 30 seconds, Red's going to try to take control of that long goal control zone. One of the blue bots seems to be stuck on the long goal over here. Last 20 seconds, Red's trying to align for a park. Red gets a park and tries to fill up the long goal. In the meantime, the blue is trying to line up for a park, but just is slipping a little bit too much. They can't get over. Last 5 seconds. It doesn't look like blue is going to be able to get a park off. Match 5 is going to end in a score of 93-9 for your Red Alliance. Going to match 6 now, we have our Red Alliance, which is team 70663X, Short Circuit. Along with them is team 33848D, Three Musketeers. We also have our Blue Alliance, which is team 24049A, OPMS Transformers. Along with them, you know them, it's team 51648A, the Muffin Men. All teams are ready. We can start autonomous in 3, 2, 1. Red immediately going for that long goal and going for bottom middle. I'm not sure if they're going to be a line for bottom middle. Blue goes for long goal, but also misses. No blocks will be scored here for autonomous. It looks like it's going to end an autonomous tie. With that, we begin our driver in 3, 2, 1. Going for bottom middle. They get bottom middle control zone for Red. Red's also trying to pick up blocks and go for their long goal, but some defense from Blue is keeping them from doing that. Blue is trying to pick up a blue block, but is having a little issue with their intake. Red scores a block into that long goal, and is now going for both sides, both long goals on either side. They're trying to score one in, but Blue is shoving them out of the way. They aren't able to line up correctly to the goal. Red tries to put a wing in for that red block, but they unfortunately do not get control zone. That's not going to be enough for control zone over on this side. They get a second block into the long goal. That's 4 blocks scored for Red and 1 control zone. Blue currently does not have any points on the board. Blue tries to go for bottom middle, but Red pushes them out of the way before they can. Red tries to wing in on that control zone, and it looks like they get it. They get Red control zone. Blue immediately goes for a park. At 40 seconds left, Blue's going to need to do some heavy scoring if they want to keep up with Red. Blue tries to get a block into that long goal, but it's taking a little bit to line it up. Blue's having a little bit of trouble getting into the long goal. Red currently has 1 or 2 control zones. Blue's trying to go for bottom middle, trying to negate that control zone. They've given up on the long goal. They have 20 seconds left. Both red bots are parked. Blue is trying to achieve a park. Blue gets a park. It's a red and blue park. The bottom middle control zone is negated as Blue scores a block in the last few seconds. Match number 6 is going to end in a score of 28-16 for your Red Alliance.
Moving on to the sit-go field for round of 16-7. On the Red Alliance, we have 70699D, Wolverine Robotics, and 12188A, the Robo Rogues. On the Blue Alliance, we have 33705C, 5-Star Galaxy Gators, and 70634C, Techno Vipers. Got thumbs up from both alliances. We're going to start this autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. Got movement from all 4 robots. Red goes for the 3 in the center, but they shoot out 2. They score 1 in the middle goal. It's a very unique mechanism. It's like a hood. Red's gonna win the autonomous period. We're gonna go into match control in 3, 2, 1. Red immediately going for the 3 at the beginning. Got some under goal play. I like that robot. Going under goal is pretty unique to me. It's pretty niche. Red is going for that down the alley for that for this close long goal here, and they get 1. They miss the second one. They outtake a blue. While Red gets the top control zone up there, trying to score. Red going around picking up blocks off the field, trying to get that bottom control zone. They accidentally give blue control, while the other blue robot scoring 2 in that top goal, giving them control of the top goal. Red scoring another one in the bottom to get control. They go for another one. They try and score it, and they get it. But accidentally de-score it while Red is trying to de-score the blue up top. Red robot going for some more under goal action. While they score middle goal, they overshoot 1. Blue in the corner seems to be stuck in between the long goal and the wall. Red gets top middle goal control and almost de-scores a blue, but they actually shoot one of theirs over the top. Red gets a block in that far long goal, going for the wing for the control zone. Blue is actually by the park zones are now protected. Red getting control of that bottom middle goal. Red going to park. 70699D getting control of that far long goal, trying to score 1 in the top middle for that last 4 seconds of the match, and they miss. right, we had some issues. I'm going to introduce the Red Alliance for this round of 16-8, last round of 16. On the Red Alliance, we have 24049B OPMS Shockwave and 22443A Full House. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 90235A Atomic and 70663A the Farkle Sharkles.
Red, you ready?
All right, we're going to start this autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. We got movement from all 4 robots. Again, that's what I like to see. Red going for that middle goal. They shoot one in. Blue trying to go for that long goal, but they miss.
Red didn't cross. Red wins.
Red's going to win that autonomous bonus. We're going to start the driver control period in 3, 2, 1. Blue immediately going for those blocks that they shot out, while Red is going to go for the loader. The Red robot over there getting one in that bottom control zone. Red has 2 control zones now, while Blue is trying to get that far long goal, this close long goal over here, while Blue is going down the far alley to get blocks to scoring that far long goal. Red over here juggling some blocks trying to score, while Blue got 2 in, and they're trying to use their wing to score, to push it into the control zone. Red over here, they scored 1. Blue getting their wing in, and they push the blue to the 2 blocks into the control zone while trying to de-score the red block, and they get it out. Blue over there at that far long goal is scoring 5, but 1 falls out, while Blue is over here in the corner picking up blocks. Blue goes for the wing to wing it into the control zone, and they get it. Blue now has 2 out of the 4 control zones, while Red has 2 out of the 4 control zones also. The Blue over here trying to get that bottom control zone to contest them. And they get 1 in. Red now only has 1 control zone, while that bottom one is tied. Red scoring 2 in this long goal over here, while Blue tries to score 1 in that top middle, and they miss. Blue trying to score in that Blue going for the D-score of the Red in this close long goal, and they get it. Blue going for that bottom control. They get 2 in, and now Blue has the control. Blue has the control for that bottom goal. Red match loading for the end of this match to get at least 1, but it's touching their robot. Both robots are parked. All right, for this quarterfinals 1, I'm going to introduce the teams. On the Red Alliance, we have 33705X 5-star Quantum Rabbit and 70699A Wolverine Robotics. On the Blue Alliance, we have 70663C the Goblin Goonies and 96607B the Doodlebots.
Blue, are you ready? Hands out the field, Blue. Red, are you ready? Hands out the field.
We got thumbs up from both alliances. We're going to start the autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. movement from all 4 bots. Again, that's what I like to see. Red getting 1 in that middle goal and 2 and 3 in that far long goal, while getting, they get 5 in that long goal. They get 1 blue block, but they miss the wing. Blue gets 2 in that far long goal. Red's gonna win that autonomous. We're gonna go into driver control in 3, 2, 1. Red immediately going to descore that blue block and grab more blocks. Blue going for that bottom middle goal. Red immediately match loading and shooting them out for their teammate, as their teammate does not have a match loader. 7069 and A picking them up. 33705X scoring them in that goal. And then they proceed to get more that they shot out. 7069 and A going to the other end of that long goal to score 15. Blue over there at that long goal scoring. 7069 and A is going to pick up blocks out of this alleyway, while 96607B is playing defense on 33705X. 33705X going to collect blocks to try and get and they're going to get the control zone over there to descore the blue blocks and get control zone with the red blocks. Blue scores 1 in the top middle goal, while 33705X descores all the blue in that other long goal. 7069 and A defending their full long goal. Nathan, 33705X over here, trying to continuously score in that middle goal. 33705X going for that other loader to clear it out. They're going to play defense on. 7069 and A still defending that goal. The bottom goal is tied for the control zone, while 769 and A throws one in there, and they descore the blue. Park zones are still protected. 33705X descores both blues, going for the park. 33705X goes for that wing in the last 2 seconds and accidentally descores. That is the end of the match. The quarterfinals won.
All right, on to quarterfinals match 2. We have our Red Alliance, which is team 29244A, Big Boy Bots. Along with him is team 70699B, Wolverine Robotics. For our Blue Alliance, we have team 96607A, Perry the Platabot. Along with them and fighting their sister team is team 70699C, Wolverine Robotics. Both alliances are ready. We can start the match. In 3, 2, 1. All 4 bots. Red going for that corner block, trying to get in the bottom middle. They get bottom middle control zone for Red. Red's also trying to go for the long goal, but they aren't aligned and they just barely miss. Blue also goes for the long goal, but also misses. The only block scored seems to be the bottom middle Red. That's going to be a Red autonomous bonus. And now we can begin driver in 3, 2, 1. Going for that bottom middle control zone. They missed it in autonomous, but they can try to get it now. But red immediately comes to push them out of the way. Blue's also trying to go for their loader, making use of their match loads. But is having a little issues getting it out. Red is trying to go for the long goal, but blue is pushing them out of the way.
Blue won.
Blue tried to go in the long goal, but missed. Got it the second time, though. Red still has control of the bottom middle. Blue takes control zone in the long goal. Extra 10 points towards their total. Red is trying to pick up blocks, but blue is shoving them out of the way. Red's trying to line up for that long goal. They're going to get it. Trying to get a red block into that long goal, but they just can't get it out. They get it out into the long goal. Blue comes to the other side to shove them out of the way. And is going to try to use the wing to de-score. Blue tries to de-score, but red keeps it in. The red block is de-scored. Blue also takes control of the bottom middle. Takes it away from red. Red only has 1 block scored now. Blue is continuing to score into that long goal, but red pushes them out of the way. They're unable to score. Blue goes for top middle control, but they miss. Both blue and red get a block into that long goal. Both are going to try for a sweep. Blue is trying to defend against red, keeping it out of there. Blue gets control. That's 3 control zones for blue. Blue's trying to de-score the red block, and they get it out. The red block is gone. Red's trying to score in the top middle, but accidentally picked up a blue block. Blue goes for a park. They get it. Red's trying to get a park, but they're just barely not up. Last 5 seconds. Your second quarterfinals match is going to end in a score of 13-36 for your Blue Alliance. On to quarterfinals match 3 now. We have our Red Alliance, which is team 19140A, Rebels Gone Rogue. Along with them is team 3467A, Little Tigers. We also have our Blue Alliance, which is team 70663X, Short Circuit. With them is team 33848D, Three Musketeers.
Blue, are you ready?
Both alliances are ready. We can start. Quarterfinals match 3. In 3, 2, 1. Red going for those corner blocks. Blue does the same, but isn't able to score. Red tries to go for the long goal, but misses all 3 of those. Blue seems to line up for that bottom middle, but it doesn't look like anything's coming out. Looks like we're going to end with no blocks scored for this autonomous. That's going to end in an autonomous tie. And now we can begin driver. In 3, 2, 1. Red immediately goes for their loader, trying to get blocks out of there. Going to go for the long goal afterwards. Blue tries to go for bottom middle, and they get bottom middle control zone for Blue. Blue also scores into the long goal. Is going to try to use their wing to push it in. Having a little bit of issues aligning it, though. Red's making use of their match loads, putting in blocks in that loader and getting them out. Blue is trying to play defense, keeping Red off of that long goal. Red does take control of one of the long goal control zones and the second one. Red currently has 2 control zones, now only 1 after Blue pushes in a block of their own. They retake that control zone. Red currently has 3 control zones as they take over top middle, and they're using their wing for a quick D-score, getting those blue blocks out of there. Blue is trying to score into the long goal as well. They get 2 in. Red comes up behind with their wing, trying to D-score. They get 1 out. Trying to go for a second, but Blue is also trying to score in the meantime. Blue is trying to score into the long goal. They get 1 in. Oh, that's not enough to get control, though. They get 2 in. Red's trying to use their wing to realign. They push out those 2 blue blocks. Blue forces in their blue block, negating control zone on the further long goal. Red currently has 2 control zones, Blue with 1. We have a negated one on that last 20 seconds.
Mark zones are protected.
Control zones seem pretty close here. Red tries to score in the top middle. They get 1 in. Last 10 seconds. Teammates are calling for a park. Blue's trying to get a sweep, but they don't have enough force to push it out. Blue scores in the long goal, but meets pressure from Red. Red does have a quarterfinals match 3 ends in a score of 77-20 for your Red Alliance. Going now to our final quarterfinals match. After this, we start competing for actual Worlds tickets. We have your Red Alliance. Team 12188A, Robo Rogues. Along with them is Team 70699D, Wolverine Robotics. For our Blue Alliance, we have Team 90235A, Atomic. Along with them is Team 70663A, Farkle Sharkles.
Blue, are you ready?
Both alliances are ready. We can begin autonomous. In 3, 2, 1. From Red going for those corner blocks. They get 1, 2, and a third in. They have a bunch of blocks in their intake. They score 1 in the top middle, giving them control. Blue goes for the long goal, but they don't seem to be able to get it out. They get 1 block into the further long goal, but Red still has the top middle. That's going to give them control. And the control bonus is going to be enough to give Red the autonomous bonus. With that, we can begin driver. In 3, 2, 1. up blocks. Blue scores 3 into their long goal and is going to try to use their wing to scoop it in. Just pushes it a little bit too far and does not give blue that control zone that they need. They try to do it on the other side, but push it too far on the other side as well. Red still does have control zone in the top middle, though, and is trying to add to it. Blue is going to gently push it into the control zone. That's a blue control zone on this long goal. They secure it and try to push it in. Red takes bottom middle control zone, though. Blue negates control zone in the top middle and scores just a little bit too high for that block to go in. Blue currently has 1 control zone. Red has 1 as well. It's very equal on the control zones. Red's trying to secure their block into the long goal. They get it in. That's a control zone for Red. Blue scoring from the other side, trying to get the control zone for themselves. They pull out their wing. Red is gonna go for a D score. They only get 1 block out though. Blue's coming in for the top middle, but they miss their block. Blue currently has one control zone. Red has 1 as well. Blue is trying to load up on that long goal, but defense from Red is keeping them from doing that. Red's trying to use their wing to scoop it in, but Blue's trying to scoop their blocks into the control zone. They get it in. That's a blue control zone. The top middle is still negated. Red takes over top middle control zone. They have both middle control zones, but Blue has both long goal controls. This is going to be a very close match for the last 10 seconds here. Red's trying to go for a park. Red is trying to push Blue into their park zone. Blue's going to go for a park now. Get it. A very good match is going to end in a score of 42-28. Your Red Alliance will advance to semis.
All right, moving over to the Citgo field for semifinals 1. We got on the red side 70699A Wolverine Robotics and 33705X 5-star Quantum Rabbit. On the blue alliance, we have 70699C Wolverine Robotics and 96607A Perry the Platobot. All right, we got a thumbs up from both alliances. We're going to start this autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. Movement from from all 4 robots. Red going for that middle goal. They get 3. Going for that loader. They score 3. They go for the wing. And they accidentally de-score 2 of their blocks. While red and their far long goal gets 3. Red's gonna win the autonomous bonus. We're gonna start this match in 3, 2, 1. Red immediately going to de-score the blue blocks that they accidentally scored in the autonomous period. Red over there picking up the blocks from under the goal while playing defense on blue. Red coming back to the match loads. They're coming match load. Got red over there playing defense on blue, playing against them in that long goal. They're rallying back and forth. Red over here still in that loader, getting all the blocks they can. 70699E playing 70699C playing heavy defense on 33705C while they de-score the blue blocks. 70699A gets control zone over here at the close long goal. 33705X has the control zone of the far long goal. They're trying to get the bottom goal, but blue misses. 33705X goes for that bottom control, and they get it. Red now has all 4 control zones for this match. 70699C de-scoring their blocks. We got pinning. Blue seems to be going for that bottom goal, while red is going pick up more blocks from off the field. 33705X going around, trying to keep all their control zones safe. 70699A going for that bottom control once again. 70699C going for the heavy defense. We got, at these last seconds of the match, we got 33705X going for the park. 70699A. .70699D has called a timeout. All right, I'm going to introduce the teams.
Scoot over
Oh,
a
wait.
little bit.
The timer runs out. All right. We got it working. We're going to start the autonomous period in 3, 2, 1. We got movement from all robots. Red went for those 3 in the center. They tried to get the long goal. They missed. 3, 4, 6, 7A also tried, but they also missed. And 7, 0, 6, 9, 9D tried to get the middle goal. So it's going to be an autonomous tie. We're going to continue this match in 3, 2, 1. Immediately, we see both teams. We see Little Tigers going for the loaders, trying to get the blocks out of the loaders, while 19140A goes and tries to pick up blocks out of the field from all around. 70699D is actually stuck on Little Tigers' goal aligner, while Little Tigers is trying to get more out of that loader. The Rebels Gone Rogue trying to grab more blocks out of the field. Seems they're stuck, but they get unstuck. 70699D trying to score. Little Tigers going for that long goal, but they get pushed off. 70699D also trying, but they also get pushed off. Rebels Gone Rogue scoring 1 in that long goal. 70699D. Rebels Robo Rogue scoring 3 in that bottom goal. 70699D getting the blocks into the control zone. They get 1. Seems we got some ring around the rosy. Rebels Gone Rogue scoring 2 in that top goal. They try and get there into the control zone, and they get it. Little Tigers getting played defense on over there. Park zones are now protected. Little Tigers goes for the park. Rebels Gone Rogue going for that bottom goal. They try and go for the top. They miss. They're going for that bottom goal. 70699D trying to park at the last 3 seconds of the match. Results are in for the semifinals 2, 35 to 36, the Blue Alliance.